Good afternoon, everyone. Please, could I ask you all to take your seats? See you. Oh, come on, you're already late. Please. Good afternoon, everyone. Could all put your headphones on. If you could all put your headphones on. For those of you who've already got them on, you know what I'm saying. Okay. Maybe tell people around you to put their headphones on. Ah, that's better. Oh, no. Okay. I would just like to take this opportunity to remind you to also silence all your mobile devices. And a very big request. Please do not move the country cards that are in front of you, as these are needed for the continuation of the NCSR committee meeting on Monday. And it's crucial they stay where they are placed. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 2025 International Day for Women in Maritime Symposium, entitled An Ocean of Opportunities for Women. Throughout this afternoon, we will delve into important topics related to the crucial role women play in their roles as seafarers, maritime professionals, and in their leadership positions. In addition to this event, which is being live streamed through the IMO YouTube channel, we will also be celebrating the day on Sunday across all of our social media channels. We invite you to share your thoughts on today's conversations, as well as your pictures of the ocean and ocean conservation through a women's terms by using the hashtag Women in Maritime Day and tagging IMO on our social media channels to allow us to view and reshare some of the posts. To begin proceedings this afternoon, it gives me great pleasure to invite the Secretary General of IMO, Mr. Arsenio Dominguez, to address you.
Good afternoon. Hey, you know me by now. That's really good. This looks great, doesn't it? It looks professional. We're being creative. So from now on, this is the kind of events that we're going to start staging here. The director of administration just gave me the look. I think I know why. Welcome to all of you participating here in the room, and of course to all those attending remotely. And even though the day we're celebrating it officially on Sunday, today the years is an opportunity to commemorate the achievements, but also to recognize the progress that still is required. Of course, the theme for this year is an ocean of opportunities for women. And we link that very much to the theme for the World Maritime Day later this year. It's again an opportunity to celebrate inclusion, innovation, and equality along the maritime sector. Now, I have said before, and I will repeat it, we have made some progress. There is still barriers that persist and that we need to address. What we cannot do is back down now. And I hope that you are all on board with me on that respect. First, let me highlight the 2024 survey, which you will have the result right now. And it offers a valuable insight of the state of play at present, but in particular, we can compare with the results from 2021. Some of the highlights: higher participation. Thank you for all those that took the time and took part in this really important survey. The awareness is growing, and if you haven't seen it, just check the BBC, and I want to congratulate the president of WISTA, who was interviewed this morning at the BBC, of course for Global News, to highlight the role and the participation of women in the maritime sector, and when the survey was also mentioned. So we can see that there are steps being taken forward. The metrics and the results, the reality is that are worrying for me, and I hope that they are for you as well. Because the trends suggest that in some areas we are stagnating, and in others we are regressing. So whoever said last year, and some will understand this comment, that WISTA should not focus on women but on diversity, hello? I said from the beginning that I will campaign on diversity, and women is one of those first pillars when we're addressing diversity. Let's face it, if we're struggling to increase the participation of half of the population of the world in the maritime sector, just imagine the challenges in other parts or types of diversity that we need to address as well. So there is a moment of reflection for all of those, or for all of us, that we cannot back down. Only 1% of women surveyed are seafarers, part of the workforce right now. So this is decreasing. Yes, there is a caveat here. I know that we had increased participation, and sometimes it's difficult to compare like for like. But let's not use excuses, and let's look at the numbers and the comparison, because that's the only way that we will make progress. If we're going to start addressing the reasons why maybe went down, we're not serious about this. So the imbalance persists. In many subsectors of the maritime industry, the female representation has stagnated or declined. The surveyed private maritime sector now reports that only 16% of women are part of the workforce, in comparison with 29% in 2021. And I'm saying this because we should not sugarcoat this. We need to be very open and transparent with the challenges that still persist and are out there. The findings must serve as a wake-up call that awareness is not enough. We need real structural change. We need leadership. We need examples. We need accountability. We need investment, because these things are not free. And investment is not just financial, but it's also time. It's the time that we pay, that we give ourselves to make a real change. Because otherwise, what we're really risking is not closing the gap, but widening it. So even though the results are not great, it provides a stronger evidence that regardless of the perceptions out there, and looking at what is coming in 2030 with the Sustainable Development Goals, and in particularly SDG 5, we cannot back down. We need to continue. It's important as well to emphasize that the greater commitment that we all make, it needs to be matched by actions. And I'm looking at you now because I'm sure that you're not here just because there's going to be very interesting debates, a podcast, and conversations, because we're going to have a great recipient of the award later on, or because there are going to be free drinks later. Because that's the case, there will be no drinks later. But because you are serious about this, and you are ready to support me in this campaign, because that's what it is. It's a campaign. It's an objective that we have, that we need to match ourselves. We need to match those actions by the words that we speak. Which leads me to what comes next. And from our side, we're going to start working with WISTA in preparing for the 2027 survey. Because this is a marathon. This is not going to happen. It's not a sprint race. This is not going to happen overnight. But it's the progress or the regression, all that information that we take on board, and it's how we keep the ball rolling. So we are ready to start partnering and preparing the next survey, and I need to get more ideas on how we get additional support and participation, even if it's simplifying some aspects of the survey. Let's be all honest about the situation right now, and let's reiterate our commitment to diversity, inclusion, and transparency, but in particular, gender equality throughout the maritime sector. I will continue to empower women to work from my side on IMO as a staff, demonstrate that if we can do things internally, the rest can copy. And using the word copy, I'm also looking at other sectors, other entities that are facing the same challenges, learning from them, and why not use the tools or the mechanisms that have allowed them to make more progress than what we have. Enjoy the day. Be active in the participation. I think the UK said that the sun will continue to shine for the drinks later on. Thank you very much. Thumbs up. And thank you for spending the afternoon with us here. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary General. The first item on this afternoon's programme is the recording of a live podcast, and I would like to invite Mr. Karanveer Nair as moderator, Captain Josephine Clark, President of the Australasian Marine Pilots Institute, and Ms. Mariam Al-Sheikh, a deck cadet from Saudi Arabia. Whilst they are getting into position, to ensure the sound quality of the podcast, I would like to reiterate the importance of keeping your mobiles on silent during the recording. The moderator has also advised that he would really appreciate any applause to be at the end of the recording and when they leave the stage. Thank you. Once the recording is over, they will move from the stage to the podium and there will be a questions and answer session. So, Karanveer, over to you.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the first ever live podcast from the heart of the maritime world, which is the IMO headquarters. I am your host for today. My name is Karan Singh Nayyar. I'm a sailing second officer, and along with that, I'm a maritime filmmaker and a podcaster at KSN Films. Now, this conversation is important just not for women, but for men as well. But let me tell you why it is important for women. We will be highlighting 3 points in this conversation. The first point would be evolution of the maritime industry for the women in shipping. The second will be the perspective and experience of women who are serving in this field. And third will be the ocean of opportunities which exist for women in maritime. Now, why is this important for men? Well, there will come a time in your life when you will be on board with a team which will have women with you. You need to understand their perspective so that the work can be carried out safely and effectively. With me are 2 trailblazing women from Maritime. First, we have Captain Josephine Clark, and next we have Maritime, a rising star in global shipping. Coming to you, Captain Clark, your journey began in 1989 when women were few in this field. From cadet to master, chartering to pilotage, you've not only broken barriers but redefined leadership in maritime. Welcome here.
Thank you.
Then we have Mariam. She is the first female deck cadet from Saudi Arabia. Mariam, thank you for giving us your time today.
Thank you.
Now, Captain Clark, could you just give us a brief description of your journey so far?
Yeah, as you mentioned, I started as a deck cadet in Australia in 1989. There'd only been, I guess, a couple of trailblazers before me. I was the 3rd female to be employed by my company. I was 18-year-olds then. Now I'm 55 and working as a marine pilot in Port Kembla, Australia. I've been in pilotage now for 19 years. I started when I was 34. And in the last year or 2, I've taken on the presidency of the Australasian Marine Pilots Institute, which is our professional body representing the interests of marine pilots in Australia.
And that's why you're here with us, ma'am. Thank you so much. And we're going to share all the experiences you had and correlate it with the 3 highlight points which we're going to talk about. Mariam, your story is quite unique. You were a dentist at first, and then you transitioned into the maritime industry. What inspired you to do so?
Actually, since I'm a child, I'm in love with the sea. So during the Corona pandemic lockdown, my brother, he is studying as a navigator. I saw his boat. It was so interesting. So after 1 year of Corona, I decided to change my career to what I love.
Okay.
And then dentistry is a chapter of one chapter of my life,
Right.
but seafarers is chapter 2, and I'm in love with this chapter.
Yep, and we're going to decode the same going forward. So, we're going to start with the first segment of our podcast. This is a comparative analysis between what shipping was when Captain Clark used to sail versus what it is now when Mariam is sailing. So, the first question is to you, Captain Clark. Tell us how it was when you first joined the vessel, when you stepped on the gangway. What were the pertinent hardships which you had to face? Take us back to 89, ma'am.
It's a long time ago, but and a different era in so many ways. The first ship I joined had a complement of 36, which is crazy by today's standards. I was fortunate in that my company always sent cadets to ships either 2 or 3 at a time, because you felt as an 18-year-old that you'd just walked into your parents' home or a aged care facility. The life on board was so different then. This is pre-IESPS code. There was time for shore leave. There was the adventure of travelling around the world. But at the same time, it was really, I guess, a new thing for many people that had been sailing.
Right.
As I said, I was the 3rd female taken on by my company, so it was relatively new. The reactions were different. The experiences were different. I would probably surprise people when I said that I had relatively few unpleasant experiences, but that's not to say it didn't happen. At that time there was a lot of alcohol on board ships too, which was removed from my country's fleet in the early 90s and made a drastic difference to the culture on board. But yeah, so as unfortunately is the case, there's some threats to your personal safety or just people treating you without respect.
How was the culture like on the ship in regards to having a woman on board? What was the mindset of the men around you? Were they cooperative, supportive?
Most of them, yes. As anyone that's sailed knows, after a time you become like a big family, like a slightly dysfunctional family perhaps. But so you join a ship, and I think that first week or 2 weeks they try test you out a little bit, and if you can take that on the chin and be respectful to other people, I think you get reflected. The way you treat other people is reflected back to you. Right. And then after a couple of weeks, I think you become part of the furniture, and all the crew are there like your brothers or uncles or what have you. Yeah.
Any particular event you want to talk about which actually changed your mind or your perspective about being at sea and that first sail, which was perhaps not pleasant?
I don't know. I suppose the other thing is when you first start is, of course, you're young, right, and you have no rank and no authority. You're at the bottom of the food chain. And so, the lack of respect in some regards and some veiled or not so veiled threats to your personal safety is not pleasant. Right. But that can happen in any workplace, ashore, in an office, or likewise. So, unfortunately, it has happened, and also to my colleagues and peers that were young men in the industry had some very unpleasant experiences as well with bullying, etc. But
Well, thank you for sharing that.
Yeah.
Last question on this part, ma'am. What was the grievance redressal mechanism? Like, if you faced a problem, how would you communicate? Because in those times, internet was not available. Starlink has just come in. So I'm just assuming how tough it would be.
Oh, I think there was a safety management system with a procedure, but you would not ever follow that. It very much relied on the master of the ship you're on, and whether they were somebody you could approach or not. And unfortunately, the reality is if you raised an issue, you'd probably be the one removed from the vessel as the problem, which should not be the case, but that's how it was. Yeah.
Yep. Thank you again for sharing that. Yeah. I'll come to Mariam now. Mariam, you are part of the new generation. Yeah. You started your first sail in 2024, yes, right? Tell us, how was your moment, the very first step you took on the gangway and entered the huge metal box? How was it?
Exciting.
Yeah.
And I'm lucky that I didn't face any challenges also, and I didn't face any problem. And my company, they put policies and provide for me privacy before I join. Okay. And prepare everything to make me comfortable. That's why I stay 10-month duration.
You sail for 10 months?
Continuously.
Continuous?
Yes.
Wow. Any particular happy moment which you recollect?
Everything?
Moment. Oh, beautiful, beautiful. Okay. Seems to be that there has been a lot of change with sea, like from ma'am's time to your time. Yeah. As you're saying, there haven't been any complaints or anything which you faced. So, but still, like the Secretary General was addressing, we still got a lot of work to do.
Yes.
So, coming to the second segment of this conversation, we are going to dive into the ocean of opportunities which exist for women in maritime. Captain Clark over here has a varied and a diverse range of experiences. So, I'll just put a personal anecdote. When I stepped on my first vessel, my only aspiration was to become a captain. Coming down to the question to you, Mariam. Now, you've been on a vessel. What do you aspire to become?
I want to become a captain.
Yep.
So take the master ticket.
You want to master ticket?
Yes.
Finish the studies?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So in this segment now, ma'am, Captain Clark, I would want you to mentor Mariam as to bringing awareness into what all opportunities lie there apart from sailing. And since you are the leader in this and at this moment, please guide her with what all have you experienced.
I think when you first start in this industry, you're not really aware of all of the opportunities that are available across, once you have a certificate of competency, particularly Master Unlimited, the world really is your oyster. I think remaining sailing until you get that certificate is a cornerstone for any career. And then, depending where your interests lie, as we discussed earlier, you can go into the commercial side of shipping, into chartering, and that operational experience will always serve you well. Colleagues of mine that I studied with as cadets did law degrees externally and now maritime lawyers. Some work in the regulation space in Australia. There's also ship management or port authorities also need qualified mariners, or else marine pilotage, which is the best career. So once you get that Master Unlimited Certificate of Competency, it's the opportunities are really good. Yeah.
Thank you, Captain.
Right. So, Captain Claire, one piece of advice would you want to give her, like to start now, just to expand her horizon, that there is more than that, like you were discussing. What is an actionable step to get this away? Like, how do we generate this awareness? Where does she go and study about it? Or is it her own personal curiosity?
Well, I think, Maritime, as we discussed, you've already done your examinations, your sea time is underway, and then once you build that up to sit your Master Unlimited Certificate of Competency, get that as soon as you can. There's plenty of opportunities for promotion within the fleet. And as I did, when you spent 10 months at sea, so as much as you work hard, there was a bit of downtime there, which I used for some remote education. So plenty of education institutions that you can study remotely and add to your resume.
Thank you.
Mariam, you have any questions?
No, we are in both. We are in different path now, because I'm on VLCC and you were in bulk carrier and cargo, and you are master harbor master. What is your advice to me in this moment and this level of me?
Well, the Master Unlimited Certificate of Competency it's the foundation for where my career went. My first pilotage job was in a small port where you were also the delegated harbour master. That was a big learning curve, because seeing the industry and the safety of port management from the other side rather than from the shipmaster side was quite a learning curve, and the day-to-day functions of the harbour master with hydrographic survey and emergency management preparations and oil spill response and licensing of towage providers, lines providers, pilotage, service providers and everything. So to be honest, the shipping industry is so diverse, it's hard to cover it all in one
Podcast.
conversation. But whilst ever and I also always say yes to opportunities. Like some of these jobs that I've had, in hindsight, you were never ready. But once you get there, you just have to do your best. Yeah.
Thank you.
Well, we've covered how many ocean opportunities actually exist, because ma'am has done the same. And we've also known, like we have come to know how far we've come in terms of progress and development. But shipping still it's a majority of a male-dominated profession. Like, I'll give you an example. Even in the words we use, like the ranks, we call them motor, quote-unquote, man. So there is no gender neutrality as such. Now, what kind of changes, whether in mindset, culture, or everyday support, would you like to see going forward, Captain Clark?
I think visibility is so important. The shipping industry generally is invisible to the average citizen, particularly so in my country. So I went from being a small target when you start in the industry, not putting your head up, so it gets shot off, be criticised, or what have you. And now, because I'm getting towards the end of my career, I'm saying, no, we need visibility out there so that any young girls that love the water can say, oh yeah, that's a job I can do. It's really important. So the visibility is key. Also, I would suggest that a shipping company, ship management company should send cadets and young people to ships in at least pairs, if not three.
Right.
So they have somebody of their own generation and age. They don't all have to be female,
Right.
but just a little bit of support there. Probably they're the two key things.
Right. Mariam, from your side, what kind of a change would you want to see in the culture on board ships where men can aid to your journey on board?
They were, when I was on board, they were fine. All of them, they are respectful and they are professionalized treatment with me. So
Okay.
I don't feel that they must change anything.
Okay. But apart from the behavioral aspect or the cultural aspect, anything else would you want to see changing in the shipping for like more of people like women like you coming in this profession?
I advise all company they make instruction for a woman to be comfortable and
Supported.
supported by them.
Right. Right. Captain Clark, now a lot of women must be watching this. Any message would you want to give them from your behalf for some words of inspiration or something?
Oh, I can just say that this is a fascinating and fantastic industry. There's so many sectors that you can go into with a foundation from a seagoing foundation. So it's always such a fantastic industry to meet people from other cultures, other countries. It's truly global, and don't hesitate if it's your passion.
Right. Mariam, anything from your side?
I will say that go for it and trust yourself and be confident, and you are strong to be a seafarer.
Thank you. We have a quick rapid fire segment now, which I didn't tell you about yesterday. So I'm going to shoot it now. Okay. So the first question is for you, Captain Clark. What's one myth about women at sea you want to decode?
I think one myth is that all women will support you and men will be your roadblock. That is so not true. You can find people that are uncomfortable in what you're doing of any gender. And some of my best mentors and people I've learnt of were the classic older men, the captains or chief officers, and they could not have been more supportive and helpful. So.
Thank you. Mariam, next question is for you. What's the proudest moment in your career so far? Was it that dentistry switch?
Yes.
Yeah? Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is my proud.
That's your proudest moment.
Yes.
Anything else which is coming in your mind?
That's I decide this shift in the right moment.
Right. Okay, thank you. Captain Clark, next one is for you. The most inspiring women you have worked with and why?
I would like to name Captain Helen Cole, who was the first female taken on in my company. She went on to be a harbour master in Australia, have a long pilotage career and has since retired. And also Captain Liz Statson, who is another Australian trailblazing seafarer, the first one to be accepted to the Australian Maritime College, and also a Great Barrier Reef pilot and port pilot.
So shout out to all of them, right?
Yes, absolutely.
All right.
Oh, and one more perhaps.
Please.
Jodie Ransom, who was also in my company, the second female taken on, who's now the CEO of Fremantle Ports.
All right. Thank you for sharing that. Mariam, the last question is for you.
Okay.
One thing you wish male colleagues understood better?
Male colleagues?
Yeah.
They are equal to us. They can. They are more powerful and they can do everything also. So
You mean you can also do the same?
yes.
Thank
You.
All right. So now, ladies and gentlemen, we'll pause to honor the women who navigated against the tide and the ones who are spotlight and shaping the future. So now we'll take questions from the audience, but first we just clear up and go behind. Captain Clark, Mariam, let's go behind.
Just to let you know while we're clearing the stage, the podcast will be available to view on KSN's YouTube channel once it's published, and it will also be promoted on IMO's social media pages, channels even. So we'll just move the last few bits. So if anybody who's watching remotely, you're able to also send questions to us if you have registered. But I do see the card of Ecuador. If you have a question for Karanvir and our panelists.
Very good day to everybody that is here, all those women and men that are celebrating such a great day for all of us, for our generations to come, and for those that were before us. Captain Clark, Josephine, we had the pleasure to meet early on. You have a great name. The name of my great-grandmother, the name of my aunt that told me that London was the place to come, just a year after you embarked. So you embarked on 89, I came in 1990. We were doing the same thing. And the name of my only daughter. So Josephine, spot on. Having said that, and listening to some of your words, very wise words that you said during the podcast, or that you mentioned take it on the chin. And at times when the world is a wonderful place to be, but also is a very challenging place to be for all of us, not just for men or women, but for all of us. And I said to my daughter the other day, I said, Abijo, you have to have thick skin. And she said to me, Mommy, I don't want to have thick skin. And she's right. She's going to be 25 in the next couple of months. And so everything that you said just brought back the conversation that I have to my daughter. Having said that, this is my question to you. Is politics an inclusive profession? And would you encourage younger generations to pursue it as a career right now with all the challenges and all the changes that we have from one day to the other in the world? And Mariam, I know I don't have a question for you because I'm sure someone else will, but I congratulate you. And how wonderful it was that a man guided you to be what you are right now, and you have power over him, probably. So that is my question to you, Captain Clark, and thank you, and so wonderful to see many, many people here today. Thank you.
Thank you. Pilotage is a fantastic career for anybody, and I'd encourage them to pursue it without hesitation if that's their interest. It's interesting in that it's a second career because you are taken from a pool of already experienced mariners with certificates of competency, Master Unlimited, etc. And in my country especially, when I started, you did need command time, and it was a competitive selection. So it's not an entry-level career, but it's certainly a fantastic one. And I think in Australia, we've got about 8%
representation of marine pilots, I think, and the numbers around the world reflect the 2% that we've been talking about this week. But for women in particular, my flick into pilotage was when my daughter was born. So I had been sailing as master. I was lucky enough to do about 18 months as master, but then once my daughter came along, that was the end of that. And I had to pivot, and so because there was going to sea was not a possibility for me anymore. Luckily, I had just built enough experience to be selected for pilot training. So I think for seafaring women, pilotage is a fantastic career where you can balance that family and go home after the end of the day or the end of the week sometimes, and not have to be away for 10 months, however many months. It's a great option.
Karanveer, do you want to add anything to this or not? No? Not yet. Okay, so I do see the card of Namibia is up. Oh, if you'd like to just introduce yourself and your name, please.
Hello, can you hear me? Yeah. Krishna Ruparelia, SGMF. Great conversation, or the start of. So thank you to all three of you. My question is actually to Mariam. As a woman of colour, I mean, I come from, my background is an Indian. If I'd said to my dad, I want to go and work on a ship, I've qualified as a dentist, he'd have said, nah, that's not happening. So how did your family react, and how did you overcome any challenges from family or from society?
Actually, first of all, I said that I want to study a master's degree as a dentist, but I chose, because the master's degree is 4 years, so I decided to go another bachelor degree for 4 years for maritime industry. That's all. They accepted.
Thank you. Could we ask the Marshall Islands to...
Good afternoon, everyone, and to the panel. Before I ask my question, I would just like to say to Mariam that I think you're extremely brave for telling us your story, and I think you're a true inspiration to other people, other females in your position. So thank you, firstly, for coming here and sharing your story. My question... Thank you. My question is for Captain Clark. Captain Clark, you have given us some interesting suggestions about changes that should be made, including improving visibility, sending women to vessels in pairs, which I think is an excellent idea, and providing guidance to vessels. That was your suggestion, Mariam. But what else can businesses, what can shipping companies do to improve representation of females on board vessels, in companies? I just feel that we're missing a trick, that we should be doing more. What, in your view, could we do? Thank you.
I think the issues that probably affect people or stopping them wanting to continue at sea are similar for men and women. And everybody here in this room would be familiar with the lack of shore leave for seafarers, the issues at the time of COVID where, you know, the treatment of seafarers was really poor, the lack of connectivity on board. And I've heard conflicting answers where some ship owners, ship managers think that internet connectivity is a negative on board because people just go and sit in their cabin and you know, talk with home. But what young person doesn't, and you only have to get on the tube here to say everybody has access to the internet. I think the treatment of seafarers generally is not encouraging people to go to sea, and those issues reflect on women equally to men. So.
Thank you very much. I see, yes, the lady, I think you're sitting behind Egypt, but...
Good afternoon, everyone. Very glad to be here. My name is Chumoke Obalaji. I'm wearing two hats representing my company and Worcester, Nigeria. My question is to Captain Clark. You spoke about visibility. I'm very passionate about the maritime sector. I've got 20 plus years under my belt in the sector. And it's still amazing how invisible we are, even though we're responsible for 80 to 90% of global trade. And my concern is for individuals, young individuals in the landlocked areas. So I want to ask you, did you grow up in a coastal city? I grew up in a coastal city, and that's why I was introduced to the maritime sector from a young age. My father worked with the Port Authority at that time. So I'm concerned about children or youths or young individuals in the landlocked areas. They don't get to see the sea when they wake up in the morning or a ship sailing by. How do we reach them? How do we create awareness about the maritime sector? I see there's a lot of focus on the youth within coastal regions of nations, but how do we connect to the youth in the landlocked parts of nations? And did you grow up in a coastal city? Is that your connection to the maritime sector? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for your question. Yes, I did. Anyone that's familiar with Australia would know that 98% of the population basically lives by the coast. The inland is quite inhospitable. So I grew up in a city called Perth, and my father was a passionate sailor and had boats my entire life, and that's where I learnt to love the water. But even so, it never occurred to me that that could be a career. I left high school and started an economics degree, which didn't last very long. And then I thought, well, I really don't like that, so that's made me reconsider. It's Australia, the maritime industry is, like the rest of the world, completely invisible to people. They have no connection to the fact that, you know, these clothes and this has come from them elsewhere by ship. It is a massive issue, and I don't know the answers. We're trying to take steps. My institute that I work with, the Australasian Marine Pilots Institute, the Nautical Institute, some of the education providers in Australia are trying to reach high schools and get some engagement there. But it's a massive issue, and if there can be some coordination, you know, from one country to the next through bodies such as this, it would, I think, be really beneficial. Yeah.
Actually, Captain Clark, I would like to answer that question for you. There's a great tool which we have now, which is known as the social media. I'm sure every one of us, most of us, when we wake up, we see the mobile first, and we open an app which could be Facebook, Instagram, whatever. If there are right information, right messages, and this today, the live podcast, is a live example of how we generate awareness. So in my opinion, the right content, by right, I specifically underline it, not the glamour side of it, but the right information, if passed across, is a great way to generate awareness in landlocked areas as well as areas that don't have access to mainstream media. Because nowadays, internet is mostly everywhere. So that's how I'm also trying to do the same. So that's my answer, Captain Clark. What do you think?
Absolutely. We didn't have internet when I was growing up, but it's a great way to reach people, and as you say, it makes such an influence. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so I can see a flag is up at the back, but I don't have the right glasses on to see what country it is, I'm afraid. So.
It is United Republic of Tanzania. I am Devota Edward Mandanda from Tanzania, also president of Association of Women in Maritime in Eastern and Southern Africa, WOMESA. I have two small questions to Captain Josephine. I would like to know from your experience, how have you seen the shipping industry change when it comes to including and supporting women on board? Have there been any shifts that really stood out to you? And another question is, do you think there is any aspects of Australian culture that make it harder for women to get into or stay in the maritime industry? If so, what have you noticed? Thank you.
Oh, thanks again for the question. I am extremely fortunate and privileged to have grown up in Australia where there's no educational or cultural or legal barriers to women pursuing whatever job they want to do. I know that's certainly not the case all around the world. I think I've noticed myself, just anecdotally, the participation of women on the ships that visit my port, particularly some of the car ship operators or Pacific bulk carriers must have also made a push for women. Now I go on board and it's actually not uncommon to see a deck cadet or a young third officer or even a chief officer in some cases, which is just really come to light in the last couple of years. So I think the actions of many organisations and this organisation and generally the push to increase diversity and representation is starting to take effect, but there's obviously still a long way to go.
Thank you. I think we have time for one last question. And I see the Republic of Korea has its flag up.
Thank you. Thank you for both for inspiring conversation. I also serve as a navigation officer for 3 years. So when I listen to your story, Captain, I feel deep respect for your long and dedicated career. And Mariam, watching you reminds me of my younger self for a dream and ambition. I would like to ask Captain Clark a question. Someone who has built such a remarkable career in a traditionally male-dominated field, what do you believe has been the key to your resilience and leadership over the years? Were there any ever moments when you felt emotionally or mentally exhausted? And if so, how did you care of your mental well-being during those times? I think a lot of young women entering this field would truly benefit from hearing how you stayed grounded and resilient. Thank you.
Well, thanks for your question, and it's lovely to meet you. I'm so glad that there's so many seafaring and operationally people here in the audience today. It's a difficult question. I would be honest to admit that there were many times while I was sailing, so I was basically sailing for 14 years, and then there was a 2-year period I went into chartering operations when my particular country was, my company was exiting itself from ship operating, so they basically sold their fleet. So there was, in anybody's career or life, there is some difficult times. I'm not saying this is probably a good solution, but I think being self-reliant and being happy in your own company is quite beneficial for having success at sea, because you cannot always, you cannot rely on the fact that your family and your friends are there at the end of the day, and everybody on board they might be your colleagues, but they're certainly not necessarily your friends. I guess, so despite those times, I think just always looking ahead, and to be honest, I probably surprised myself. When the first ship I ever joined, I thought I'd be really doing well if I ever made it to chief officer, because that seemed to be as far as you could get in the fleet that I did my training in. But as opportunities open up, I just say you just have to take them, and moving into the chartering field was left of field for me, and it's a steep learning curve. Taking my first pilot's role, which also had the role of the harbour master, was a massive learning curve. You just have to say yes and then work it out from there, I think. Yep.
Okay, thank you very much. And in fact, Namrata, I see in the front here, would like to ask a question. So, quick question.
Thank you. We know that individuals can have a real impact on the careers of seafarers, but systems of support can really make a tangible difference across careers, really. Could I ask if any of your companies have had any policies in place that you personally have benefited or seen the real impact on? And this is for everybody on the panel.
So the company I work for, the Port Authority of New South Wales, has I think, really done a good job in this area the last couple of years. They've proactively recruited and trained our port officers, which are our pilot boat crew, and really increased the participation of the women in the operational team, which can ruffle some feathers, but they've really made the decision to do so, and it's showing results. And the culture and the mood, if I can use that word, in our organisation since that's happened has just lifted remarkably. It's great to see. Yeah.
Also adding on to that, the company I work for, in the past 3 contracts I've sailed on, there have been at least 2 or 3 women who have been on board. So that's a massive step. And also, the training institutes which the company has now almost 50% female deck cadets and 50% male deck cadets. So a significant step forward. And before closing, I would also like to highlight that one of the best chief officers on board I have sailed under was a woman from UK. And till now, I haven't seen a lady who's worked so well, regardless of all the barriers which are out there. So yeah, quite happy about that.
My company, they put an instruction before I joined, so everything was prepared, and they also monitor us every Thursday, and thanks for Captain Yasser for that. And they call us in the middle of the ocean every Thursday to make sure that we are okay. So I advise all companies do the same like this to make the women safe and comfortable on board.
Thank you very much. In fact, somebody has come online from Global Met who would like to ask a question.
Thank you, and greetings to the distinguished delegates. My question is very simple. As per the BIMCO ICS report of 2021, there is a likelihood of a potential shortfall of 89,510 officers by 2026. So my question to all the panelists is, what specific strategies can be adopted by the administrations as well as the industry to attract more men and women into this profession? Thank you.
Captain Vinayak Mola, first of all, thank you for the question. As I said, so first of all, awareness, the generation of the right awareness and not just the superficial awareness is required. So we have to penetrate deep into the nitty-gritties of the shipping as a career. And secondly, I had a word with the Secretary General today in the morning, and I told him that the major key changes, which is the wages, which has been stagnant for a very long time, should also be raised, and not just stayed stagnant because of the inflation, which is rapidly rising. So, and as far as strategies required, I think offline communication, especially since we are talking about India, more of school visits, more of awareness on the college side is a step which I personally believe which will work. So that is from my side, Captain Mola.
Yeah, and I think you said it there before, Karen Via, that using modern communication techniques and podcasts to just get the industry visible as an option for people. It's a lifelong career once you get started, and those other issues I mentioned before: connectivity on board, access to shore leave, access to medical care, and just improving the day-to-day life of seafarers on board would certainly help retention, I think. Yeah.
I would like that to make to provide Wi-Fi, internet, and and welfare's entertainments on board. That will help the seafarers to be in good manner.
Okay, thank you very much. I think people could be asking questions all afternoon, but we have a full program. So, thank you very much to Karen Via, Captain Clark, and Mariam at the end. Thank you for your very interesting podcast. And I look forward to it being issued.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we're now turning to the next part of our symposium. And as Ms. L.P. Petraka, and President of Worcester International, and Louise Proctor, Deputy Director of the Subdivision for Planning and Programming within the Technical Cooperation and Implementation Division here at IMO, they're going to be providing the results of the IMO Worcester International Women in Maritime Survey 2024. So, lady, the floor is yours.
If you just give us 1 second while we wait for the presentation to load. Thank you.
Technology is good, but sometimes it's an issue. Thank you, everyone, for your patience. So I would like to welcome everyone and thank you for joining today's presentation to share the key findings from the 2024 Women in Maritime Survey, which highlights... I was going for the more subtle approach. It sometimes doesn't work. Okay, thank you everyone for joining today's presentation to share the key findings from the 2024 Women in Maritime Survey, which highlights the progress, challenges and opportunities for advancing gender diversity in the maritime sector. I would like to take the opportunity to acknowledge the collaboration between IMO and Worcester International. This is a key partnership that we have dedicated to advancing diversity, sustainability and innovation in the maritime sector. And it's through this collaboration that we have managed to achieve this survey and have the data that is necessary to inform our capacity building efforts to bridge the gap in gender equality in the maritime sector. So I would like to pass to LP for her introduction. Thank you so much, Louise. First of all, let me thank as well, first of all, the IMO for being so dedicated in this. The word cause come to my mind, but it shouldn't be a cause. It should be our aim for a sustainable future for all. And thank you so much for all the efforts. Thank you for everybody who has worked in this survey so hard.
And thank you for everyone who has replied, who took the time. The Secretary General mentioned earlier on that it is important that you spend the time in making the survey. It was a huge one, I know, but we really appreciate it. Only if we know the real numbers, we can make things different and improve. This time, we knew, because we had the previous in 2021, we knew some things that needed to improve, and one of those was how to assist member states, especially, and the industry to fill up the survey. So we conducted some workshops online, explaining the details. A main different approach was the focal points of the member states, and we believe this has helped a lot because we knew who to address to. And we also had some social campaign that we try to reach out. Hopefully next time we will reach out to more people. I hope people that will see the survey and will complain maybe that no, the results are not like that, they are much better, is not reflected well, then they should have replied the survey if they think they are doing better. So this, as Luis said, is a very big commitment from both IMO and WISTA International for data-driven progress, inclusivity, and representation in the maritime industry. So our aim was to collect high-quality gender-specific data that reflects the reality of women's participation in the maritime workforce across the member states and the private sector. With broader outreach, we improved the methodology, we increased global participation, making it one of the most comprehensive gender-focused data sheets in the maritime domain to date. This data empowers us to make informed decisions and drive meaningful progress. So let's now dive to the key findings. Louise.
Thank you, LP. So one of the most positive findings of this second survey is the significant increase in the participation. So we had 88 member states submitted full data sets, which was up from 45 in 2021. So I hope that the next time we do this survey, it will be double again, and that would almost complete the number of member states to complete the survey. There were 608 private sector organisations responded, which was an increase from 513 in 2021. This expanded participation provides a more representative and reliable data set for global benchmarking, and it also demonstrates a growing awareness and commitment across the sector to address gender equality issues. The survey provides a regional analysis this time. This is a development from the 2021 survey. The women represent approximately 19% of the maritime workforce, which is a decrease from the 26% in 2021. This can partly be attributed to a broader and more comprehensive data set, which I have just mentioned in regard to the numbers that completed the survey, but it does also highlight the need for dedicated, meaningful action to initiate sustainable change. Some notable regional highlights are that the Pacific has the highest share of women in the public sector at 26%, and the Caribbean has the highest representation of women in the private sector at 63%. And the North America, despite only 18% share of women, it has the highest number of women overall at just over 68,000. So while there's growth in the absolute numbers, the overall percentage has gone down, And as I said, this could partly be due to more extensive data collection, but it also reveals the continued male dominance in the sector and the need to address this gap. The report provides a regional analysis at a general level and then also dives deeper into the numbers of the public sector at a regional level and also the private sector. You can look at this when you read the report in detail. One of the key findings of the survey is that 19% of the maritime workforce is employed within 19% of the maritime workforce employed within member states are women. And the survey also highlights that women occupy 25% of roles in government-owned ports and terminals, which is an increase of 19% in 2021. One of the standout results is that 14 maritime administrations are now led by women. And this is an increase from only 6 in 2021. Looking deeper into the statistics at the maritime administration level, 24% of the workforce in maritime administrations are women, and women represent 21% of the core maritime roles, such as key personnel, specialist technical staff, and operational roles. And this is a marked improvement because it was only 14% in 2021. So this is certainly a movement in the right direction. And we also highlight that women occupy 17% of all management roles in maritime administrations. In thinking about the policies and the mechanisms that are driving this change, this is what's critical for continuing to grow women's participation in key roles across member states' maritime workforces. And I just want to highlight some of these statistics. 73 out of 88 member states provided policy data. 55 of the 88 have anti-harassment policies. 39 offer flexible work arrangements. 35 have implemented 5 or more gender-related initiatives. 59 member states have established dedicated women's networks or associations. However, 17 countries have still not implemented any formal frameworks for gender equality. I will now hand over to Alpi to go through the private sector results.
Thank you. Okay, so the regional analysis for the private sector. As the full report provides this analysis and the subsector breakdowns as well for the industry responses, they are covering mid-management, core and supporting roles, women in leadership, recruitment, retention, women at sea, maritime educational institutes, and maritime network and associations. As you can see, we expanded a bit from the last time the survey. And here, I think you can all read the numbers in detail, what are the percentages by region, and I eager you to go into the details by reading the survey. So, what is the workforce composition? I'm taking a deep breath because I'm not very, very happy, I have to say. So, women constitute 16% of the private sector workforce, down from the 29% in 2021. The lower rate is probably due, as Louise mentioned earlier on, to the broader sample of the survey. But still, it's a cause for concern. This survey, with the previous survey, had only 40 companies that filled the report both times. So we have just that small overlap. The port operations had the largest female workforce with 4,499 women. We observed increases in ESG-related occupations, in crewing agencies, in ship agents, and we've noted declines that are notable, I would say, in legal and bunkering sectors. The downward trends raise further concern about the potential barriers to entry and retention for women in these sectors, and underscores the requirement for targeted policies and initiatives to address gender disparities. In C-suite positions, the highest female representation was in maritime NGOs, in crew management and ports. And in board representation, and this is the positive, I think, of this survey, was that the board members that were women were 34%, which means 1,206 women that are sitting on board in the companies that were surveyed. And it is an increase from last time. We also see increase in advertising, marketing, and public relation occupations, port operations and services, and ship brokering and charterers. Women at sea. We are still facing difficulties here, and we have talked about it earlier on. Women make up only 1% of seafarers in the reporting companies. Students that are studying in maritime academies account for 5%. And this highlights the need to prevent the talent loss through the leaky pipeline. We see a huge difference from the ladies that are studying to the ones that are really on board the vessels. Female seafarers, they were concentrated in countries like the Philippines, Greece, and Argentina. And most of them were on board bulk carriers and oil tankers. And we have further details in the survey for all of you to see. So, what were the organizational policies that we saw in the survey? We have 248 organizations, or 41%, that offer flexible working arrangements. 41%, I repeat. 190, or 31%, that provide paid parental leave. And again, I will repeat the percentage, 31% parental leave. 91 organizations, or 15%, that conduct gender diversity training programs. 228, or 37%, that have sexual harassment policies in place. And 26% of companies still have no gender-focused recruitment or promotion policies. And this represents a major gap that needs to be addressed. Luis, to you.
Thank you, Alpi. So the question is, where do we go from here? How do we bridge this gap? There are a number of recommendations in the report, and the aim is to improve the numbers that we're seeing in this survey to the next period in 2027. The recommendations focus on a range of initiatives, including institutional enhancement at the policy level. We focus on ensuring systemic data collection and evaluation to inform policy and decision-making, adopting concrete actions and regularly assessing progress, developing inclusive hiring practices and supporting career development, also supporting collaboration and knowledge exchange through dedicated groups and networks, and creating pathways and removing barriers to leadership for women in maritime. Alpi.
For the industry, very, I think, similar to what was just mentioned, we believe that we need to track and publish the workforce data, broken down by gender to identify disparities and drive informed decision-making. Regularly report on diversity metrics and progress toward equity goals and build trust and accountability. Develop inclusive hiring practices and tailored support systems to attract and retain underrepresented talent. Provide structured opportunities for professional growth to help diverse employees advance in their careers. Ensure that gender equity policies are actively enforced, evaluated, and adapted as needed across the organizations. And foster a culture of respect, address workplace harassment, and promote mental well-being for all employees. We must not only measure the change, but we must drive it.
Thank you, Albi, and thank you, everyone. That does conclude the presentation of the key results. I hope it's given you a flavour of what is in the report and has incited you to pick up either a physical copy here or you can download the report at the QR code on the screen. There is a wealth of information in there, and it's not just for the Secretariat through its IMO's Women in Maritime program, but it's for all member states and organisations to look at this data and use it to inform how you are going to address this global challenge. There will be further opportunity during TC75 in 2 weeks' time to engage further on the report and ask any questions that you might have. You can also email the Women in Maritime program at the email address here, or indeed WISTA International. So thank you all very much. Wishing you a happy International Day for Women in Maritime, and I look forward to seeing you on the terrace later.
Thank you very much. We will now turn to the first panel discussion of the afternoon, Ocean Conservation, Young People and Why Change Matters. I'm delighted that we have Ms. Karen McVeigh, a senior reporter from the British newspaper The Guardian, who has agreed to be the moderator for both our panel's discussions this afternoon. And I would invite her to the podium with this session's panellists, who are Ms. Ilana Velikot, marine ecologist, science communicator and ocean advocate, Professor Richard Thompson, Director of the Marine Institute School of Biological and Marine Sciences at the University of Plymouth, and Dr. Renes Ojwala, postdoctoral research associate at the World Maritime University. So, Karen, the floor is yours.
Can everyone hear me? Yeah, okay. Okay. A slightly different kind of discussion about youth engagement and ocean health and kind of driving sustainable change in maritime amongst young people and scientists and conservationists. So my first question is to Ilana Velikot, a marine ecologist and science communicator from the Bahamas who works also in the Caribbean. And my question to you really is, she's a communicator and she works a lot with young people in education. So my question to you is, what is your experience? You've had 17 years in this space. What's your experience in terms of the proportion of women, the proportion of women from, you know, the Caribbean, the Bahamas, that region, and secondly, you know, in this space, and secondly, in your experience with working with young people, what changes would you like to see? What are they telling you, or what are they saying that needs to be done in order that the proportions change?
Sure. Sure, thank you for that question. Can everyone hear me all right? Perfect. I guess, so 48% of our global population are youth, people under 30. No longer me, I just had my 35th birthday. And for Commonwealth countries, that's about 60% of our population. And about half, 49.7% of the global population are women. So half of the conversation is not attended by half of the population. We're missing a great portion of the people who are most vulnerable to climate change. And I know, though I'm an ocean advocate, our ocean is 70% of our planet, and it controls our climate. So ocean advocacy and stepping up and talking about our ocean is also talking about climate and talking about our future. And then if you want to delve further into my career in marine science, 33% of people who study marine sciences are women. And then if we want to dive in even further, less than 1% are Black. And there is an underreported number, an underrepresented number of people who are people of color in that sector. And I had the privilege of being at the Black and Marine Science Conference last year, which was amazing. Mm-hmm. And we had the majority of those people of color, of Black people, in that room. There were just a couple who were missing. We almost had the entire percentage in that room. Mm-hmm. And that was something to be celebrated, but also underscores exactly what we really need to be working on here. Women and youth, especially from underrepresented countries, I'm from a small island developing state, the Bahamas, we are most vulnerable to climate change. And we are half of that conversation, so it would make sense that we be included in that. Women are way more likely to act and volunteer and step up and speak out on issues related to our environment. And youth, I'm going to include myself in this one. We're going to inherit this planet. And our passion, our creativity, our ideas that have been pressure cooked under this pressure that we've grown up in, they're valid and they're a big part of this conversation. But of course, we need global leaders who are, around maybe twice my age or others. We need their guidance, their power, their knowledge, and also their listening ear and their action, their signatures. So combining women, youth, indigenous knowledge from underrepresented countries, bringing them together with sound science is the way forward in how we can protect our ocean and therefore how we can protect our planet for future generations.
Thank you. Thank you. Can I just ask you one follow-up question? You know, you said 1%, only 1% are people of colour. Is there anything, you talked about leadership. Is there anything else that you're hearing that you think might encourage or help people of colour and women to get involved in this space? And I'm talking about marine conservation and that type of thing.
Absolutely. Right now, currently, it would be funding. That's the most immediate thing, would be funding. Black and Marine Science, they recently just lost 3 NSF grants. They have programs that celebrate, elevate, educate, and give funding to people who are underrepresented and most vulnerable to climate change. And 3 of those grants were just taken away. So the immediate action would be funding. But then, of course, we still need to encourage youth and encourage women especially to join in on ocean advocacy and the climate change conservation. We also need to celebrate that. when I was young and I was like, oh, I want to be a marine biologist, I got lots of odd looks, like, oh, but you're so pretty. Why do you want to do that? You want to put on a wetsuit? You want to go under there? Why don't you be a doctor? Why don't you do something else? And of course, those jobs are well needed, but that job wasn't my passion, and my passion wasn't celebrated. So that celebration, and then of course, following up funding again, access, opportunity, and scholarship.
Thank you. Welcome. Thank you very much. The second question is to Professor Richard Thompson, and he's a Professor of Marine Biology and the Director of the University of Plymouth's Marine Institute, and a world expert on plastic pollution with an award-winning team on microplastics. So really, how do you see the role of emerging scientists and students shaping the future of ocean conservation, in particular sort of influencing policy and industry?
So it's interesting when we look at the statistics, and particularly about young women coming into the subject. And actually, if I look at the area of conservation specifically, it's not the problem of attracting young female scientists. Actually, they typically outnumber the boys by about 7-3, or roughly 2/3 coming into conservation areas. And it's interesting to me that you looked at marine science and the figures weren't quite so good, but that tends to also include some of the physical sciences, the physics and the chemistry. And when I looked just at conservation, the female scientists are coming in. And what I would say, you know, if I think about the interview panels and the exams that I've marked recently, the female scientists are outperforming the males almost without exception. So they're coming in and they're doing exceptionally well. The problem to me isn't about the scientists coming in, it's actually about the retention. And it's clear that those proportions I've talked about for marine conservation, they're not true to all disciplines. I was curious about maritime studies, and our foundations of our university 150 years ago were in marine navigation. And we've had an alumni association for those that have studied maritime degrees at the university for more than 50 years. I suspect the figures aren't as high, and it was interesting to see that it was only 20% in the survey that we did, that we heard about a few minutes ago. However, I was delighted when I came into the IMO. The third person that I met, I introduced myself and where I was from, and she said to me, I studied maritime affairs at the University of Plymouth, and it made me feel a little bit better about that balance. So I think we have got the young scientists coming in. It does vary between different disciplines. In marine conservation, it's not so bad. But the challenge is, in my view, it's about retention. There are issues, of course, with inclusivity, particularly when we look at ethnicity. But the challenge is with retention. So I've said that, the women are outnumbering men, 70% to 30. By the time we get to the more senior roles, it's flipped completely the other way. And I'm wondering, why is that? And I think there are a lot of challenges there, particularly around formal acknowledgement of career breaks, and maternity cover and promotion. And so, while if I look at some of the promotion criteria across universities, there's an acknowledgement for a career break, perhaps for bringing up a family. But if you think about taking 1 or 2 years out and you declare that in your CV, actually the impact of that 1 or 2 years on your trajectory is likely to be far greater than just the time you were away from that career. It's likely to have held back that career. And so we need a way of better recognizing actually the commitment, if you like, from a point of view of those lost years to the career, and the impact that's going to have on a CV. And I think it's really important that we have better mechanisms to recognize that. Then I look at some of the even early career scientists, and I realize that actually it's really hard if they're planning to have a family, that in most cases, the starting point for a conservation scientist is on short-term contracts. And those short-term contracts do not offer, very seldomly offer, any support in terms of maternity cover. It's not until in an academic position you've secured a permanent job that you're going to have maternity cover. So all of these things are kind of almost pushing female scientists out of the sector. And that you know, as a man in science, it makes me feel really quite embarrassed about the situation. And so we need to formalise it. We need to get that formal recognition, I think, in order to help. And if I look at the contribution of female scientists, it's absolutely essential to many of the sustainability challenges that my team are working on. You know, my team has the benefit of a good number of female scientists in it, and the perspectives that those female scientists bring are absolutely essential, in my view, to many of the global challenges that we face. So it's really critical that we retain that talent. But at the minute, I think things are to some extent stacked against not coming into the subject, but staying in the subject of marine conservation. And that's the thing that, in my view, we really need to address, and we need policies to help to address that, both within organisations, but also national policies to help to support that. We've got some, but I feel they've not gone anything like far enough to address the problem.
Thank you. I just have a follow-up about promoting greater participation of women in STEM and careers in conservation. You talked about marine conservation, and you said that there was some subjects that women are excelling in and you know, doing well in and coming forward, but obviously retention's a problem. But what about STEM subjects? Are they more difficult in kind of conservation? And I mean, I would have thought that they would be more highly paid. So, you know, perhaps maybe no, I don't know. You tell me. But what strategies could be, you know, would be better for governments to take up in order to encourage that?
My experience has been that jobs in conservation are not highly paid.
No.
I mean, yeah. I mean,
sorry, I meant STEM,
yeah,
like in that particular part of conservation, but maybe not. No.
Yeah, I mean, but by and large, if you wanted to save the planet, there's not a lot of people that are wanting to fund that.
Yeah.
The better paid jobs, and if my students are asking me that, are in the commercial sector normally.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
But I would say if you're thinking of studying, you need to go with your passion, because that's what will help you excel. It's not just about the money.
Yeah.
But what we do, the second part of your question, to address the challenge, I think it's really clear that we need mechanisms within institutions, but particularly nationally in government policies, to help to support that retention that is, as I would see it, the problem. It's not the young students arriving. There's lots of excellent female scientists in the undergraduate and postgraduate classes, but it tails off as you get to those more senior roles. And I think that there is a lack of support there, and that's what we need to change. There are other problems, I would say, and I'll come back to that perhaps in answer to one of the later questions, relating to the sort of balance across different ethnicities. But with the gender balance, I think it's more about retaining, in my view, than attracting in the first place.
Thank you. Turning to our third panellist, Dr. Renis Oma Ojwala, and Renis is a postdoctoral research associate at the World Maritime University, which is in Sweden. And she sort of specialises in seafarer sustainability, which we sort of talked about previously, but also in gender equality in ocean science. So is probably quite a good person to talk about this issue of retention. How do we ensure that young women, especially young women in underrepresented regions, are empowered to participate in this space, in the blue economy and in marine science?
Thank you so much. Okay. Thank you so much, Ms. Karen. Yeah, just maybe start with my my experience, because Professor Richard has just said here that women scientists are currently being pushed out of the sector. I am actually one of them, because I studied natural science, both marine and freshwater ecology, but I did up to MSc level, but after that I was not able to get a job. So the opportunities, even if we have the degree, we have the knowledge, we are not accepted in these fields just because of conceptions, the beliefs that women are not passionate enough to be in this field. We need heavy, physically built people to operate certain equipment. So I am one of those who have dropped from natural science, and now I'm looking at actually the reason why women are not currently being accepted in both the marine and also maritime sectors. So one thing that I think should be done is that we need to have gender transformative policies that take into place the current barriers, systemic barriers that are making women or hindering women from being accepted in these sectors. I also want to give an example of my study where I identified some of the institutional and also national gender policies in place, especially in my country. And I noticed they have actually good policies, but the problem is that when I tried to interview them, or the staff and also the students, majority don't know that they really have the policies in place. So the policies are there, yes, but they are not being used as they should be. And also what I noticed also is that most of them are gender neutral. With gender neutral, I mean that the policies assume that both men and women experience the same barriers or the same factors in the field, which is not the case. We have differences, though we have to complement each other to achieve the sustainable development, governments and governance of ocean-related sectors. Yeah.
Thank you.
So, so that is one. Policy is one of them, and we also need mentorship programs. As it has been said by Alana, we need to support, to invest in women in this sector, because I will give a lot of examples from my study. I also noticed that the majority of women students, female students, for example, in ocean science-related programs, were actually being funded by the government loan. We have, for example, in Kenya, we have HELB, we call it Higher Education Loans Board, and majority of the participants were actually almost 80% were female receiving this loan. And this kind of loan, how it functions is that you are given only 1 year after your degree to start paying the loan, of which if you don't pay after 1 year, then there is a penalty of 5,000 Kenyan shillings every month. So tell me if I cannot get the opportunity and I have this loan. I was given around 250,000 annually, for the 4 years, for example, and I can't get a job. And now I am here. I graduated 2014, and it has been piling, almost about over 1 million right now that I have to pay. So it's a good thing that it gives the female opportunity to go to higher education and pursue their interests, but then it's also a disadvantage because they are in debts, huge debts. Yeah. So we need to invest, have some macro grants that we don't need to pay back. It will be very helpful for the female, young students who are interested in this field. Yeah.
Thank you, Renis. As a follow-up question, we've already talked. You've talked a little bit about the barriers, and also Richard has talked about the barriers being retention. Are there, has anyone, have any of you, could identify any other barriers, and how can we kind of collectively go about trying to overcome these barriers? Is there any kind of advice or that you could give?
So, I mean, I'll broaden it a little bit, and I'll come back to the point of, inclusivity more than just gender, and come to the ethnicity issue, because particularly in the area of marine conservation, one of the real challenges in an early career stage is quite often there's so many people wanting to engage with marine conservation that they'll work voluntarily. And that then, of course, skews things immensely towards those that can afford to work voluntarily. I was quite fortunate, and it's serendipity, luck, chance, these things happen, but there was a managing director of, actually it was, ironically, it was a big shipping organisation, and he happened to know one of our students, and he came to have a chat with me, and he said, how could we help to protect the marine environment, to put something back, and to help the next generation? And I said, okay, I'll tell you exactly the way that I think I'd like you to help, and that would be to see if we could together come up with a scheme to fund PhD studentships that would help to protect the marine environment, that would provide solutions for the marine environment. And it's a scheme that he invested in, and we call it Servo at the University of Plymouth. But I said to him, look, if you're going to do this, and the economics of the higher education sector in the UK are somewhat stacked against this, because it costs more, ironically, as an international student to study here than it does for a home student. I said, if you want to do this, I want to work with you on it, but I want this scheme to be completely fair and equitable. I don't want it to be influenced by the country that you come from, your wealth or your gender. And so I want you to provide support for that scheme to cover full international fees so that you can apply from it based on ability, not any of those other things. And he totally bought into that and has funded 9 PhD studentships with us. I mean, it's a drop in the ocean compared to what we need, but if there are other investors out there, come and have a word with me afterwards. So to me, it's about schemes that are fair and equitable. That's what we need to help to support the brightest young minds to solve the challenges that our planet faces at the minute. And at the moment, things are skewed in a number of different ways. It's not just by gender, it's by wealth and it's by ethnicity. And that's got to change if we want to tackle these problems, in my view. And so ideally, I'd like that to be the way that national funding operates. But at the minute, I'm looking to commercial support to do that. And we've had, as I say, a drop in the ocean, and I really thank that sponsor.
Okay, so if there's any other organisations out there that would like to fund young scientists, then please talk to Peter or talk to anyone else up here. Richard, or anyone else up here. Anyone else want to jump in?
Speaking to that, I can absolutely relate. I've been working in marine science for, as you said, I'm 17. I guess this year might make 18 years. And I've worked with so many amazing scientists in all across different fields. Shark conservation, conservation, as well as reef health and reef restoration. My CV is pretty thick. I would like to acknowledge my privilege in that I have had certain opportunities that a lot of women and people from underrepresented communities have had. And I applied to a program, I applied to Scripps, and just learned that I was recently rejected. And I do wonder if it has something to do with my statement of purpose. And my personal mission is to bridge science, education, and industry with citizens. Because conservation can't happen if the two aren't talking to each other. If all groups, youth, indigenous communities aren't also speaking with scientists, and that scientists understand that indigenous knowledge is just as important and just as scientific as modern science. So being that bridge is where my passion lies, and then also representing women and people of color from underrepresented communities. That's my personal mission and my intersection, and that was my statement of purpose. However, didn't really matter, I guess, how thick my CV was and all of my adventures and opportunities with scientists and Ocean X and documentaries and all of these things, that there was not enough to get me into school because of that disconnection. I am going to try again, and I will not stop trying, and I will continue to apply. Thank you. Because I have something to say, and it's representative of youth and of people of color and those who are most vulnerable to climate change. Thank you.
Thank you. To round off then, if any of the panellists would like to give advice to young people, young women starting out that want a career in conservation, is there anything that you would like to say to them?
Yeah, I would love to tell them that let them not give up, just have faith that one day, one time, and something will happen. Because I know there are so many youth-led beach cleanups going on right now in various countries. We also currently have the ECOPS under UNESCO, IOC UNESCO. ECOPS is the Early Career Ocean Professionals, and they have various programs. I am part of the DEI task team, and we do a lot of data collection on the representation of every underrepresented groups, and also some of the strategies that are in place to ensure that everybody is on board when it comes to decision making related to ocean governance. And I'm happy right now that at least right now many international institution frameworks and also some national policies on gender and climate change are trying to incorporate gender in this conservation work. For example, is the current one, the Global Biodiversity Framework. They have the Target 23, which is promoting gender equality and participation in the implementation of that convention. And we also have some national policies that also incorporate gender, such as we have, in example, Kenya, we have Kenya Climate Smart Aquaculture and Agriculture, where women are involved in seaweed farming, which is a good how do I say, a climate sensitive kind of, and also environmental friendly farming that helps protect the environment and also reduce the climate impacts. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rose. Anyone else? Richard?
Well, this guidance isn't really gender specific, but I meet a lot of young students or students that are considering what degree to study. Okay, and I'll often come in with their parents, and they're considering a few different options, and the parents are mainly worried about which one of these is going to deliver the biggest salary, and which one of these is going to maybe offer the better career perspectives, particularly if they're weighing up two degrees that sound pretty similar. They'll say, well, you know, what are the leaver statistics like? Which one's the better one for Fred or Katie to go on? And I say, you're looking at it the wrong way. The way to look at it is you've got to follow your dreams. Look at the course and look at the contents of the course and see if that inspires you. Is that what's going to light your fire to make you study late at night and through into the early hours? That's the thing that's going to help you get on and get a first-class degree, if you like, rather than one that's not first class. And it's ultimately that is going to help you get on in your career. So I'd say you've got to go with your passion, whatever that might be. Don't worry too much about what it might pay or not pay at the end of the day. Go with your passion. And then the second piece of advice is you've absolutely got to have tenacity, because there's lots of people chasing the same jobs out there, and you need to stick with that passion. But I would temper it a little bit and say you've got to look for opportunities. You know, I started a career in marine biology. It was a very serendipitous thing that while I was studying for my PhD, I happened to spot plastic arriving, and I asked the question, because I could see no one else was looking at it, what are the smallest bits of plastic on the beach? And that inquiry, that almost childlike inquiry, and opened up the whole field of what I work on, of microplastics. We published the first paper on that topic in 2004, but it came from a chance observation while I was counting limpets and seaweeds. So follow your passion, have tenacity, but if you see something that really is slightly to the side, be prepared to, you know, put your gut behind it and go with it. And to me, that's been a recipe for success and following my dreams and working on something that is my passion, that I enjoy, and I enjoy going into the office. I wouldn't say every day and every hour, but most of the time I do. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Richard. I think that's a really good point, because we've heard earlier about passion, you know, changing from dentistry to a maritime career. And what drives people that have already spoken is that passion for the ocean, or passion for kind of like what they're doing. It is really important. We talked about the fact that there's not that much money, you know, there are not that well-paid jobs, but you can find them. But it's the opportunity that you can manage, and if you're passionate about something, you'll find those opportunities, won't you? So yeah.
Just speaking to that last part, and I think that's due to lack of prioritization.
Mm-hmm.
We need to shift our mindset on funding the destruction of our planet and defunding the preservation of our planet. But my advice to young people is, it echoes both of yours, is that if your passion are nudibranchs, if your passion are plate tectonics and how they move in the ocean, and maybe your parents think it's a little odd, or your friends thinks it's kind of weird, stick to it, because you've got one ticket on this wild ride of life. And how are you going to spend it? How are you going to translate that down the line to future generations? What are you going to do with your life, and how are you going to be a better person for yourself and also for the planet? So stick to it. And like you said, be tenacious.
Thank you very much, Alana. I don't know if we have any more questions.
I think we have just a few minutes for any questions, should anybody have, before we go to tea break. Maybe I shouldn't have mentioned the tea break, because they're all going, no, don't ask any questions.
That's fine.
Then.
Maybe the
just...
panelists have done their job and they've kind of covered the things that people want to know.
Somebody
I
up
think
at
we
the
have a
back.
question.
Yes, sorry.
From the Marshall Islands? Oh, there's two.
From the Nautical Institute. First, want to thank the distinguished panelists. It was an amazing and very informative panel, and especially sharing so much knowledge, and I'm sure I can see that most people in the room agree that a sector that seems very complex to navigate. So I'm going to put my professional role aside for a second, and one of my personal passions is yachting and ocean rowing. I'm currently sailing around the UK doing charity work with an organization called the International Seakeepers. Part of what I'm doing for them is helping them collect water samples for testing microplastics in the Northumberland coast, and then moving on into Scotland. My question for the panel, and Alana, you touched on this a little bit, but I'd love to hear a little bit more about your views on this. But what is your view on the concept of citizen science driving awareness, participation, collaboration, all of the different themes that we've talked about today? And as well, what have you seen in all of your roles in terms of how this functions in practice? What types of projects have you seen been conducted, and how do you kind of get the right individuals involved from that perspective? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I believe our greatest resource is community, is each other. And science has had an air of exclusivity for a very long time, even used in colonization. And so science can have an undertone of, you're not invited, or you're not a part of the picture, you're not smart enough, you don't know what you're talking about. And that's really unfortunate. But the power lies in citizen science, where science can be more collaborative, where you can remove paywalls and give access to that information to those who are especially vulnerable and everyone else. And there's so much fun to be had, selfishly, in citizen science, where groups are allowed to first understand what the problem is. There's a massive power in understanding what the problem is, because then together you can correct it. So I'm a firm believer, and I absolutely love citizen science projects. And I'm also familiar with sea keepers. There's a project, with quite a few projects, I believe, going on in the Exuma Keys in the Bahamas right now, and it makes me very excited. And that is just an untapped opportunity for both advancement and conservation efforts.
Thank you, and thank you for your question.
We have, yes, Mr. Nigeria, delegation of Nigeria, please. You've been very patient.
All right. Thank you, Karen. First of all, permit me to thank the IMO Secretary General for his deliberate policy on inclusivity, gender and colorblind policy, also very, very helpful. And I also wish to thank the entire Secretary in organizing the International Day for Women in Maritime 2025. I also wish to acknowledge all of the panelists, the ones before and this, for a very worthwhile, educative, and informative session. Thank you most sincerely. I'd like to ask two questions if there's enough time. One is, a lot has been said and thought-provoking too, indeed. I've followed the tenacious developments from the WISTA Nigeria chapter, and of course international, and the efforts invested in the girl-child education, with particular emphasis on making career at sea by Ocean Ambassador. It's an institution, educated institution in Nigeria. Ambassadors, highly commendable. I must say, this question is now directed to all of the panelists. Now, given the persistent gender imbalance in seafaring, maritime leadership and policy making, especially affecting women from the global south, what innovative approach or partnership have you seen that truly shift the needle from token inclusion to transformative impact in the maritime industry, having listened to all of the deliberations? And then secondly, this is to all of us, as we celebrate the progress made in advancing gender diversity in the maritime industry, how can the IMO and member states, and of course the NGOs, work collaboratively to accelerate the implementations of inclusive strategies that empower more women, particularly from developing nations, to take up leadership and technical roles in the sector? I've listened to, I think, Dennis. Sorry, I can't see all of the names there, but very key issues raised, and I'm hoping we could have some views in that regard. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for your questions. I don't know who would like to answer the first question.
Thank you so much for that question. First of all, I would say that we know the ocean is diverse, and we need diverse perspectives, as you said. And one of the innovative tools that I think should be used is incorporating women in conservation. So right now, there are a lot of women-led mangrove restoration initiatives in many countries that I think gives everyone the opportunity to work on that. And when it comes to increasing women in this sector, I think we also need to have some partnership with the local organizations that are led by women and the youth, because we need the youth for their techno-savvy tools for digital solutions. We need the women for the traditional ecological knowledge, because we know that they are so connected to the ecosystems like the ocean, and they really have passion on and also understand the system as they are interacting with it every time. So yeah, I think just have those support systems are needed for them to have the opportunity to get visible and also recognize their work in all that they do.
Thank you. Thank you. Does anyone else want to answer that question? Or
I mean, just briefly, I think it's funding mechanisms that are the answer to this. I touched on it earlier on, that we need some funding mechanisms, whether they're from national bodies or from philanthropy, that fund the brightest young minds, irrespective of how well off they might be, what country they might come from, or what gender that they might have. So that's the first one. And the second one, I would say, relates to making sure that we've got proper mechanisms to get women back into science and to conservation after they've taken a career break. And there are very few schemes that are specifically focused on that. In fact, I know of only one that specifically helps women after a career break get back onto the career ladder in marine conservation area, and we need more support there. So those would be my two things, and they're both about the funding models to support this this gap that we've all identified and highlighted today. Thank you.
okay, thank you very much. I've just been told that we need to finish, so thank you for that, Richard, and thank you to all our panellists.
Yes, I'm sorry about that. Very interesting questions and a very interesting discussion. But there is a coffee break, and I believe the Secretary General has to leave for a quick meeting, but he will be back. It's your fault. It's your fault. No, I think everybody's thirsty. So please come back. Thank you very much. So please be back for 4:30. So welcome back, everyone. I'll introduce you.
Okay.
So welcome back, everyone. We shall begin this session with the second panel discussion, Navigating Challenges and Seizing Opportunities. Karen, as you can see, is back onto the podium. Thank you as our moderator. And I'd just like to introduce the other panelists. We have Ms. Nicole Fisher, who's a senior lecturer in Deck Cadet Education at Warsash Maritime School. Michelle Bentubo, who's the Chief Operating Officer at Virgin Voyages, and Mr. Dominic Pattinson, who's the Executive Secretary of the OSPAR Commission. So to you, Karen, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we're going to talk about experience barriers and breakthroughs and career development. And my first question is to Nicole Fisher. As well as a senior lecturer, she has also had 7 years experience on ships as an officer of the watch, and she is a specialist in navigational mathematics. So I just wanted to ask you, from your own personal experience as a seafarer, what has been some of your biggest personal or professional challenges that you faced in this incredibly, as we learned earlier today, incredibly male-dominated environment? And has that enabled you to support your students, or how do you support your students? So 2 parts.
Thank you for the question. Just to give a bit of background about my seafaring experience. So now I'm a senior lecturer at Warsash Maritime School, but previously to that, I worked on cruise ships for 5 years, 3 years training as a deck cadet, and then 2 years as a deck officer of the watch. A portion of the time that I was a third officer, I spent that during COVID, and we were laid up in Edinburgh and Rosyth. There's been quite a lot of challenges, to be totally honest. Bullying and harassment, and don't forget I'm on cruise, so it's meant to be a bit more, luxurious, a little bit better life quality, they generally tend to say. There was definitely bullying and harassment on board, whether it was to me personally or people that I was around with, cadets that I shared my journeys with, both male and female. Unfortunately, the female side of that tended to see more of that. Whether that was smaller comments of if I was carrying a paint can across the deck and someone would stop me and say, "You can't possibly be carrying that, that's far too heavy." Okay. And it wasn't just from fellow crew. One time I was in the lift and someone said, you should be working in an office. And I was like, oh, okay. I used to go out in my coveralls on deck, and guests used to stop me. And half of the time it was really positive. It was, it's just fantastic to see a woman in a more practical role, which was really nice to see. Some of the time it was either paint a decorator of the ship, or someone even stopped me and said, "This is disgusting." And I was like, "Sorry?" And he said, "This is a man's job. What are you doing painting the side of a ship?" So I held out the paintbrush to him and said, "Do you want to do it?" Probably not 101 what I'd recommend as the response to that. So, we face lots of different challenges from lots of different areas. Another thing I personally struggled with when I was on board was my mental health. Like I said, a lot of the time we were laid up during COVID. The atmosphere on board was completely different. And despite, everyone during COVID was alone, right? We were all isolating. We were making the best of a horrible situation. I was quite lucky because I got to be surrounded in a bubble full of lots of people. But I still felt very isolated. I worked nights for a really long time, where I was one of 3 people on a normally carrying over 1,000 people cruise ship. It's quite intimidating. So having to regulate that emotion and build that resilience was really tough. So for pitfalls and challenges, I would say that there's been quite a few, but it has made me a stronger person. It's made me appreciate the hardships. And I don't want to make it out like it's all hard, it was a fantastic career. I got to see the world. I had some amazing memories I will never forget. But it's made me appreciate what can happen and what does happen on board. I'd love to say that things were improving, but hearing the latest results and that we're taking a step back, we're seeing less seafarers on board, it's really sad. At Warsash, our last cohort in September, the deck cadet side of things, we had our largest cohort ever, 110 cadets, 25% female. It was really, really awesome. And we're hoping to see figures like that improve. How I like to support cadets from my experiences is we have loads of facilities, so there's the technical practice, how we teach, and there's also the emotional support side, or the pastoral side. So one thing we do for all cadets is we have tutorial sessions. These are weekly check-ins alongside one-to-ones, and a regular point of contact for cadets to ask those tough questions in a safe space. One thing that Warsash has, particularly in the theme of today, is the Warsash Women's Group.
This is a group that connects female cadets to role models within the industry through guest speakers, ship visits, networking events. It also has a mentor-mentee scheme, which is fantastic. It connects first phase cadets to third and fifth phase. So first phase, they haven't been to sea, third and fifth, they have. So it gives them a sounding board to ask advice before they go to sea on what to expect. Also, while they're on board, to gauge situations and to ask advice. So it's nice to have that communication link, and it's throughout them, so maybe they wouldn't feel as comfortable asking me, their lecturer, but on a peer-to-peer basis, you ask, it opens a lot more barriers, I think. Yeah, with the Warsash Women's Group as well, this has recently become a student-led, student-run initiative. It's enabled the leadership team to gain those essential leadership skills. It's given them some ownership about what they're doing and gives them so many opportunities for networking. I'm really pleased to say that since it's gone student-led, it's been more active than ever. It's connecting not only our cadets, but we're opening it up to our wider maritime sections as well, so they can get an appreciation of different roles. So this peer mentoring and the peer support is really important. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was incredible insight into what it's like on board for a woman. And given that we're talking about 1%, like the visibility for women out there, I guess that can't really be forgotten. If you're the face of women in maritime, so you're going to be more visible. And if you're more visible, the possibility is that you can have challenges. So the work that you're doing at the university sounds fantastic. Thank you very much for that. My next question is to Michelle. Michelle, you're a senior leader in Virgin Voyages. So how do you see, perhaps you could talk about some of your experiences, sort of the experiences or challenges that you have, and how do you view the responsibility of the corporate sector in opening doors for women and supporting inclusive leadership roles?
Certainly, thank you. Thank you. Newbie, thank you. I've been in the industry some 30 years now, or nearly 30 years, and so I've been around the cruise industry. While the numbers that we've talked about earlier, and certainly what we've been hearing from our panelists, are not what we want them to be, and there's certainly room for improvement, I can wholeheartedly say that from where 1998, 1999, 2000, women in maritime was barely a conversation. You know, it wasn't even something that you talked about as being an initiative or something that needed to be focused on. So to see the conversation that is happening and that has happened over the last 25 years, to put the focus on it, we have seen an improvement. It's not where we want it to be. We've got a long way to go. However, it has been refreshing as I've traveled the career journey to see the prevalence, and it's not just from females talking about it. It's from my peers. It's from men as well, sitting in this room and wanting to be part of the dialogue. So I thank you for that. From an industry perspective, we have a responsibility, and I think first and foremost it is creating an environment. So we have to create an environment that creates those hiring pipelines and talent development first. So we have to be seen as we have the platforms, we have the resources, and we have the desire to be able to have those programs in place and to make sure that we're tapping into the resources that are out there and being from an awareness standpoint. And not just for a cruise line, but for all cruise lines. It's the accountability. We also have an accountability to make sure that when we go out and we talk about what life on board is like and the promises that we're making to those crew who are coming to work with us, we have an accountability to uphold that and make sure that we have an inclusive work environment that, regardless of gender, everybody feels just as critical, just as valued, and just as important and the role that they have. And that doesn't, I'm talking from, from hotel services to captain, should not matter. So from an industry perspective, the conversation is real. We have to be willing to have it. We have to be willing to, in platforms like this, make the promise and then hold on to that promise and then deliver on it. So there's, in each line, when I talk to my peers, we all have different programs and approaches to it. So it is happening. Nicole and I had a conversation upstairs about the cadet program. We have 13 cadets right now on our vessels, and 8 of them are females, which is phenomenal. So more than 50% of our cadets are female, but that's intentional. That doesn't just happen. It is us going to maritime schools that have a higher majority of female cadets. Those are the ones that we want to talk to. Those are the ones that we want to spend our time in. So it is knowing the initiatives you want, knowing the goals that you have, and making sure that the decision making that each of us is taking a step forward in order to further that. Scarlet Squad we launched in 2019 with Virgin Voyages, and Scarlet Squad for us was raising awareness for females in the industry, or females in maritime, and providing a safe and open network. So it's development that is targeted for females. It is training that is developed specifically for a female population. It is meant to provide a network, a community, because I think when we talk about cadets, or even when we talk about if you're a non-cadet, is that when you are a female joining a vessel for the first time, you are away from home. You are away from what you are normally attached to every single day. So how do you build a community, build a network where you can feel safety in numbers, if you will, be able to talk about the things, the challenges you're having, get somebody else's perspective. And because joining a ship for the very first time can be overwhelming. It can be intimidating. And that is if you're male or female, but specifically for females joining ship. So Scarlet Squad was really for us about awareness, training, development, and providing that network, that safe place. One of the things that came out of, and it was a output of it, it wasn't one of the intentional. So when you have the conversation, you find things along the way, you hit those little nuggets, is that we started surveying our female crew. Specifically, we were having open dialogues with them. We were put, our female crew members into a room and talk about it openly. What is this experience like for you? And what we learned along the way was it wasn't just about their training. And yes, you have your on-the-job training, you have leadership training, you have your brand training. But one of the aspects we were missing was training for leaders, because it starts with them, about the little things that they can do that makes a difference. That little things that a leader will say that kind of sets the tone, that may seem offhand. Just an example. And it was brought up by one of our female crew members, who said at the start of the day, the leader comes in, does their morning briefing, she's the only female in that huddle, has camaraderie, and then says to her, "Oh, your hair looks really nice today." And a nuance like that, I don't know how many times that leader would have said to a man, "I like your hair, your hair looks good today." But we might not think about it. So there's something with, when I'll say non-biased training. So it was, the aha moment was, it wasn't intentional. That person was, that leader was just doing it. And it was the realization that there was training that needed to be done for leaders as well, about just the subtle things that we do that we don't even realize could have impact, that are having impact. So out of Scarlet Squad for us was the ability to uncover moments where we could do better as an organization to make it better for our crew members, and quite frankly for our leaders, that they could take that in any place in their environment.
Thank you very much, Michelle. That was a really good example of an actual something that has happened that that people might not think about, and I think it's really important. It's really important. And that idea of alliances is also important, because Josephine talked about that as well, about like, you know, having 2 or 3 people coming on together, not necessarily all women, but like, you know, maybe of the same age. And I kind of think with you, Nicole, like if, you know, perhaps you could have benefited from another person that you could say, you know, this comment was made to me, like, and it's really put my back up, and like, I'm not quite sure how to respond. What do you think? And that would make such a difference, wouldn't it? Anyway, thank you for that. They're great insights. So my next question is going to Dominic, of the Executive Secretary of OSPAR. And I would like to ask you about, from a regulatory and a regional cooperative perspective, what opportunities do you think exist in a framework like OSPAR over the North Atlantic? Would you feel is available really to integrate gender equality into that environment, into governance and that environment?
Thank you very much, and first of all, thank you very much for inviting me to be on the panel and to have this opportunity to speak about OSPAR and what we do in OSPAR. I think some people will know about OSPAR, but for those that don't, OSPAR is the Regional Sea Convention for the North East Atlantic. So we're like the IMO, but on a much smaller scale. And we have a much smaller team than IMO, so there's about 14 of us. I think listening to some of the presentations earlier on today and the percentages that, of women working in the maritime sector, I can only go away thinking how lucky I am to be in OSPAR, where we don't have that same imbalance. We're very fortunate to have actually more women than men working in our small secretariat, spread across all levels. And I think part of that is what Richard Thompson was saying about how conservation does attract a lot of women to that subject matter. We get a very good sort of rate of when we're advertising for jobs in terms of diversity, and that's reflected in our workforce and our makeup. The jobs, as the IMO colleagues will recognise, working in a secretariat aren't always very family friendly. They're very long hours. It's not always difficult to know when an international meeting is going to end. They often go into the night. There is a lot of travel involved. So we do have challenges for those who have particularly sort of family responsibilities, and making sure that what we offer and the working practices that we put in place work for them. I think I would say, in breaking the question down a little bit in terms of what we do in terms of in governance around OSPAR's working practices, we try and make sure that all of our sort of governance arrangements are gender neutral, so that there's no discrimination. We think we do a good job. Our chair is a lady at the moment. For our committees, 2 out of 5 committees are chaired by ladies. A lot of the people who convene our expert task groups are also female. And we try and create a culture, kind of those soft measures within OSPAR that sort of makes it easy for people to ask, is it, how will it work? What are the sort of, if I need to sort of go home and look after the children, is that okay? And I think we do a good job at that. And in terms of the workforce development, we try and, the question on the workforce development, again, that's like IMO again, rules of procedure and our ways of working are all sort of set up to try and make sure that there is no discrimination. Being invited onto this panel made me think about this a bit more, and having conversations with the team, was there more that we could do in OSPAR to address any imbalances and any issues? And whilst I thought we were doing a good job, it did provide the opportunity to raise issues that people thought where we could do better. We've agreed today to set up a governance task group, that part of that role would be to look at how we can improve our working practices, and that would include issues around sort of diversity more broadly, but also working practices to make OSPAR a nice place to work. As I said, I think we're doing okay. I think there's room for improvement. And I think I would stress the culture of working to make it easy for people to ask questions, to raise issues. And I think that goes across the whole team. So not everyone will want to come and talk to me about an issue, but making sure there are other people within the team that they feel they can raise issues with is really important. And I think a lot of it is about how we act individually as people in those situations. Yeah, and I think I'll stop there. Yeah, all right. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dominic. So just a kind of general question that anyone can tackle in the maritime sector. What institutional changes or cultural shifts do you believe are necessary, not only to attract and retain women, but also to enable them to thrive and take leadership roles? Anyone? I don't know who wants to answer that first, Michelle.
I always have an opinion. Well, I think we touched on it, the panels earlier and certainly up here. I think that if we can focus on an inclusive environment, one, is making sure that you, really ask yourselves the hard questions of, does everybody feel as though they have a voice? Have we created a place, have we created the forums where anybody can speak up and be heard? And often that is led by the way, a non-people or a non-leader person. I think Nicole mentioned when they're student-led, they tend to be more productive. So making sure that people have the feeling for a voice. And that is, I think that's the inclusive. Make sure that you're having the right training, not just for on the job, not just for anti-harassment, but think about your non-bias training too, because there are always preconceived notions that people come, and it's just innate to us, that people will come in with. So focus on more than just the anti-harassment and on the job training as well. And then I would encourage everybody to look at policies. Look at the policies that you have in place and make sure that they are in fact family-friendly policies that work. And it might mean a bit more flexibility. It might mean longer leave time for both genders, but make sure you also have family-friendly policies.
Thank you, Michelle.
Nicole?
Yeah, I'd love to add to that. I think it was interesting about the training aspect. I think training, especially coming from an education sector, is really important, and it's coming away from technical practice and looking more at those soft skills. Yeah. Looking at, for example, you can think about leadership skills, communicating under pressure, conflict management, those kind of classic questions you get asked in an interview. But bigger ones like cultural sensitivity and non-bias. Yeah. Resilience, I think, is a huge one. And resilience is an interesting one because it's not something you can sit someone down and put them through a 3-hour course and then say, well done, you've cracked it, you're resilient now, off you go. It's something, I mean, coming from myself as an educator, it's more about identifying those students or those people going into the industry that are quieter, younger, maybe they've not had so many hardships in their lives and they haven't had to be resilient in the past. And it's about pulling them aside and, you know, encouraging them and telling them it's okay if there's hard days. Trying to get them to regulate their emotions a bit more, and coaching them through to be more resilient. And whether that's done on a peer-to-peer level, whether that's done like inclusively or from a mentor, I think these points are really important.
Thank you. Dominic, do you have anything to add?
No, I just wanted to reinforce the issue of looking at policies. I think when I joined the Secretariat in OSPAR, It wasn't because it wasn't working, it's just that the policies hadn't been looked at for a long time. And when we started looking at them, we saw lots of opportunities for improving them. It wasn't that they were terrible or anything like that. COVID helped in terms of bringing in much more acceptance of flexible working arrangements. I remember reading our rules of procedures where it said, if you want to work from home, you have to seek approval for the Executive Secretary for 1 day a week. You know, how we've moved forward and how much more flexible we are now working is fantastic, and that flexibility allows much greater kind of ways of working within the team. So I think, yeah, that review of your policies, I thought there was one you mentioned not on non-binary, how our chairs and co-conveners behave in meetings, having a standard procedure written down for them, and making sure that everyone is aware of that, and that if there is any sort of going against those policies, there's a mechanism for raising that and then addressing it quickly. And we have had issues where that has happened. I've heard some awful stories of how people have treated, in particular women, and the language that's been used, and putting in place a policy that allows us to deal with that and making that aware to all of our contracting parties has been really important. Thank you.
Thank you, Dominic. The kind of closing question, really, before we throw it open. What is the one piece of advice you would give to a woman looking for, aspiring to build a long-term career in the maritime or the ocean governance today?
Happy to go first, thank you. My advice, and this is kind of more at my cadets, is to back yourself even when the environment doesn't. The industry isn't perfect, we're a long way from it. Hopefully we are improving. Don't feel like you have to go through it alone, and don't take the bad days too personally. Rely on those support systems. The Scarlet Squad sounds amazing, and whether that is colleagues, whether that is friends, family, mentors, or groups that you can fall back on, yeah, you don't have to go through it alone. And most importantly, just your presence on board is driving that change that we want to see. Every confident, capable woman on board is forging a path for future females on board to thrive. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Embrace the opportunity. So embrace the opportunities that come your way, and be okay to be uncomfortable. You know, some of the best opportunities come is when you are pushing yourself beyond what you think that that you can do. So embrace the opportunity, build your network, and male or female, by the way, but build your network. We need them. They become your support groups and long life friends in many cases. And I think most importantly is know your value. Know the value you bring to your table, you're bringing to the table, and don't let anybody tell you your value is different.
Thank you, Michelle.
I can only agree, particularly the bit about putting yourself in difficult situations. I was terrified coming here today, so I forced my... yeah, thank you. I think Richard Thompson said a couple of the things I would have said. Tenacity, passion, really follow your passion. As one of the other speakers said, you're only here once, so do what you love doing. Speak up, and maybe not the first person you speak to won't listen, but there will be people who'd listen to your opinions. So find those people and get your organisation to listen to your concerns. But yeah, I think I've been really lucky where I've ended up. It's kind of what I love doing, and that's because I've followed my passion. So I would always go back to that. Do what you love doing, and you will succeed. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Dominic. Some really good advice there, sort of not just for the women in the maritime space, but just general life advice. Back yourself, embrace opportunity, you know, don't realise it's okay to be uncomfortable, know your value. These things are great. So thank you very much for that. Do we have any more questions? The video question?
Well, actually, Karen, yes, before we take any questions from the floor, or a question, we actually received a question from a cadet who is currently at sea. So we're going to play that for you.
Rema, a seafarer from Tanzania. As we celebrate this Day of Women in the Maritime Sector, it gives us the opportunity to celebrate success of different women in the industry. Most of women from underrepresented countries suffer double burden, like gender-based barriers and systematic limitations, like lack of maritime education, mentorship, and visibility from global dialogues. My question is, how can we ensure that this call to seize opportunity does not only echo from well-resourced environment, but also tries to reach those at the margins? And most importantly, what should the industry do to ensure that this opportunity not only favor from a geographical location or proximity to power or several privileges? Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's a great question. How do we reach people on the margins and ensure that, you know, that the opportunities are coming from places outside the powerful and those with opportunities?
Yeah, I think it's easy when you live in a coastal town that has ships, whether it's cargo or yachts or cruise lines coming in. But I think we're at a greater advantage now to reach the margins because of the use of social platforms. I think that and companies may not be, we may not, collectively been using it the way that we could be in order to reach those, and that is awareness and education. But you have to really search on social to see, one, maritime, get awareness from a maritime, and that is any part of this industry. And certainly when you think about maritime, females in maritime. So I would encourage everybody to really use the social programs we have, or the social platforms that are out there, to get your word out, to get the awareness out, and start seeking it out, finding them yourselves, and going out and then figure out from a company perspective, where do we have resources, and how can we be better at getting our brands and getting our company names into those areas that are unrepresented, where you know that there is talent and opportunity.
Thank you, Michelle. Nicole?
Yeah, that's a fantastic point. Coming again from an education side of things, there aren't maritime schools in every country, and that's a shame because it means that some people don't get the same access that others do to fantastic opportunities. That's kind of like made me think a little bit about how our sponsorship scheme works for our cadets and how maybe that needs to be reviewed and looked at to be able to incorporate, because I would say 95% of our cadets that come through our school are British. So it would be, or maybe 90%, but it would be nice to be able to open those barriers to be able to reach the margins. Thank you.
Thanks, Nicole. Dominic, do you have anything to add? Okay. Thank you very much. Do we have any more questions?
Just one question, and I saw your hand first, so that's, as long as it's a quick question.
Well, hi, Nicole. I also went to Washer's Maritime School. I did my MSc there in International Maritime Business. I also went to University of South Wales and did an MSc in Business Psychology. So my dissertation at the Washer's Maritime School was a mix of both courses I studied. I was looking at a counseling regime on board ships for seafarers and if it will be effective for the organizations. So that was my research. I know on board ships we have doctors, but should we have qualified therapists on board ships as well? Because of the unique environment seafarers work in. It is harsh, it is hostile, you're alone out there. Shouldn't ships have their own counseling therapists on board? Then I also looked at the possibility of using technology should we use virtual reality, you know, to counsel seafarers remotely? Will that work? So I am asking you my dissertation question, Nicole. Would an effective counseling regime for seafarers have economic benefits for their companies? And there, Michelle, you're from the operating side. Please kindly respond on behalf of the shipping companies. Thank you.
Thank you, and that sounds like a fantastic dissertation. I'd love to read it sometime.
Sorry, I also just recently got accredited by Washers as a recruitment agent for students. And I have lots of cadets from West Africa who want to join your cadet program. The sponsorship issue, I have an email. I'm not getting a response because only UK companies sponsor your cadets. You just gave the statistics. A shipping company is waiting to get the details on tuition for sponsorship from Nigeria, and Washers is not responding because you only provide that information to the shipping companies. It's not on your website. So I can't say, oh, you're going to pay so and so amount. I'm stuck. I'm waiting to respond to the Nigerian shipping company. It's been 2 days.
We should talk about this later, I think.
All right, thank you.
Definitely.
This may be on the fourth floor terrace.
Yeah, no, I think it's a fantastic question and something that I like. To be honest, I think counselling benefits anyone, whether you're completely sound in mind or not. And having that access to therapy or some kind of professional services for support for seafarers who are in a more hostile environment than being on land, I think that it would be incredibly beneficial. Absolutely. I think hand in hand with that would be confidential reporting procedures and whether that is done to someone externally. So as a cadet, we're told that onboard complaints procedure should always be our first step. And onboard complaints is, you know, that's great if it works. But if there's a cadet who's being harassed by a chief officer every day, the chief officer's been sailing with the captain for 10 years, he's not going to feel confident going to the captain to complain about the chief officer, or she. But having someone external alongside the therapy to be able to do that confidential reporting, to be able to use as a sounding board, I think would be phenomenal. It's definitely something to consider. Thank you.
All right, before I say, before I give comment from a therapist standpoint, I think that the overall environment that you create, it's not just one aspect of it. And something that we did before we even launched the first ship was we surveyed seafarers. So whether they were potential candidates for us or out on other ships, to understand what is the environment that you're thriving in, what, you know, where could it be better for you, so that we could take a look at what is the entire environment, not just one aspect of it. It's, you know, why we launched free Wi-Fi for all of our crew members. So every seafarer has access, does not have to pay for Wi-Fi or internet on board, because one of the things that was most concerning for them was the disconnection from their family. And if that made it that much better for our crew members' life on board, that they didn't have to worry, did I have enough money to buy the card that I needed, or did I have to get to a port in order to be able to make that phone call and to know how my family is doing, or to be able to celebrate a birthday. We made sure that every crew member had access to internet that they did not have to pay for, So I think that it goes to everybody feeling equal and valued on board. No stripes. None of our seafarers wear stripes. I know that many of our navigational officers went to great lengths in order to earn those stripes, and we are quite proud of them. However, we believe that you don't need stripes on your shoulder to lead. It is the actions and the words that you use that will have people follow you. So one aspect of and I think it's one of the ones that our crew members resonate most with our crew members, because they feel equal. They feel part of. Shared dining, there is no special place where our officers eat versus all of our crew members. So it's not just one aspect, it's all of it. And one of the components that we launched in 2019, 2020, was because of COVID. It really hit us hard about that exclusive, and the way how they felt very exclusive, and how seafarers, we're all aware of how seafarers were treated during those times, is that to this day, we implemented a program for virtual therapy. So every crew member has access every day to a program where they can talk to somebody. And it doesn't matter if it is it's really about mental well-being, but it could be a professional coach. It could be I have something going on with my family. I have something that's happening in my world. It is an extension that they have the ability at no cost to be able to talk to somebody on land at any time and continually to be able to talk to them. Third party, it's not us. Our crew meetings where I'll say it's our crew experience or our crew engagement is a non-HR, non-officer person who leads them as a fellow crew member as well. So always I think the point for us is always providing an environment where every voice is heard and they feel equally as important as the person next to them. I know it was a long way to get to that answer, but.
Michelle, I just want to say that's phenomenal. That's really, really amazing to have that access for crew. So yeah, you're doing an amazing job.
Thank you. Okay, I'd like to thank you all very much for a very insightful and thought-provoking conversation. And if I could ask you to leave the podium now. So it is now time for us to move to the last part of this event, the IMO Gender Equality Award ceremony. And I wish to ask the Secretary General to return to the lectern, please.
Yeah, she's going to say that it's my fault that she kicked you out of the podium that quickly. But I'll tell you what, yes, it is. I'm used to it. It comes with the job. I get blamed for everything, and it's fine. Thank you all for staying here today. I hope, actually, no, I don't hope. I'm sure that you enjoyed both the podcast as well as the panels and the exchange, the information, and that we pay attention to what they say. So a big round of applause, please, to all those that sat here. Even those that apparently were a little bit scared of sitting there on the podium. No reason to be scared. This is IMO. It's a safe place. No, seriously, it is.
Yes.
Is this going live? We're still getting a new MC for next year. We didn't rehearse any of this. Before, we now go to, of course, the award ceremony for the 2025 IMO Gender Equality Award. And before we move to the award itself, I want to thank all those who submitted nominations. It's not an easy task for the panel members because of the quality of the nominees. I have an easy job. I just chair the panel, so I don't have to express an opinion. I sit quietly and wait for the panel members to debate. I know it is right, yes. I do like the easy jobs every now and then. But no, it's very interesting to listen to them in how difficult it is to make a decision among such worthy nominees. So before I go to the award, of course, I want to name those that were awarded letters of commendations. and the letters have been sent to the following individuals. There you go. Ms. Flavia Takafashi, which was nominated by Brazil. Captain Shumpei Zhan, nominated by China. Ms. Jung Min, nominated by the Republic of Korea. Ms. Elvia Adelina Bustavino, nominated by Panama. And Ms. Katie Ware, nominated by the International Chamber of Shipping. And I think, again, we can give them a round of applause. Now, to the war. And of course, the 2025 award goes to someone that is well known in the industry. But I do, and I took notes of this. I normally go off the cuff, but I wanted to just highlight very specific reasons of why she's such a worthy recipient. And of course, it's Mrs. Karin Orsel from the Netherlands. She's a bit shy. I will bring her to the podium later, don't worry. She's not getting away with this. And this is how, following the conversations earlier, she's such a role model. And her journey began at the age of 23, when she became a ship owner and maritime entrepreneur at 23. And of course, we talk about motivating the younger generation. And look where she is right now. This is early testament of her following her passion, her bold decisions, her determination, and then just powering through. She is the CEO and co-owner of MF Shipping Group since 2001. I'm taking a few years away. And she has built a world-class company operating a fleet of around 55 modern vessels around the world. And I've just been invited last night